We good? Are we Gucci? Blah blah blah. Test test. Test. Are we Okay. Amazing. Let's just get a link for this and we're good to go. Also get everything else prepared. Really not really much to catch up on, right? Nothing has really changed, so nothing to really do in that regard. Also, yeah, I wanted to have a like, cause we talked about this potential trade here, right? Like about the short and the pullback. We were looking at this yesterday. But I don't know why the YouTube video from the other day is like fucked up. I don't know what's going on with that thing. The chat's not loading on it, and it didn't like process the sound properly either. Maybe it's like just delayed or something. I'm not sure. Not sure. But anyways, like when I had drawn like the fib like this, I forgot where we were at the time in price. I think it was like this. Then I drew like a fib like this, talking about a potential like pullback. I drew this thing. So yeah, both of those ended up playing out. Whatever, regardless, right? It's irrelevant. Who cares at this point? Who cares? Who cares? Are the weekly close? Not particularly interesting on either of these. Maybe the video is fine now actually. Let's check it out. Oh, still the same. I don't know what's going on with that. Like the video quality, normally it has like standard definition and high definition. This one specifically only has standard definition processing. Well, I did read that YouTube's having some server issues on the weekend, so maybe related. Maybe related, I don't know. We'll see what happens with the stream we just left on, actually, out of curiosity. Out of curiosity. Boom, 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 boom. So what is this alarm for? Hmm. Boom, 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 boom. Let's update our levels. Put this over here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we should be good to go. FOMC this week. God damn. God damn. Hopefully we get some nice volatility tomorrow when the market open. Well, futures didn't really do a whole lot. Gap down a little bit. The contracts rolled over today, so like it looks like a gapped up, but did not. No gap up there. Also shout out to our yellow lines, right? How could we forget to shout out our yellow lines as per usual? Pink, pink, pink. As per usual. Not gonna be a whole lot to do today, I don't think, in terms of this stuff, right? Still in the long. Oh, still in the same short as well. Right now, I'm just watching these green zones, right? From like the 0.75 of like this whole range, basically. Like this green box is a 7.5 for this, and this green box is a 7.5 for this. I'm just waiting to see if we sweep the weekend highs and lows. We want to like do anything to these positions. Other than that, in the typical weekend, right? This is the typical weekend. Just sweep one way, sweep the other, and just ding dong around, back and forth around the point of control. Just mathing. Just mathing. I was also set up this stuff actually. It doesn't seem like we missed a whole lot. While at the gym and eating. Which means I'm about to eat my post. Post dinner meal. Bum, 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 bum. Harris Kamal. Hello, my friend. How are you? Bum, 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 bum. Shout out to Harris. Goddamn. Bum, 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 bum. How did these alts do over the weekend? Out of curiosity, haven't looked at any of this stuff. Bum, 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 bum. Interesting. Interesting, this little pump slot I had here. Same with this shit. Everything else more or less the same. Oh. Interesting. the meantime, what should we do? Probably just read, y'all. Probably just read. Also, god damn. The hell? How big is this thing? Do some research, y'all. God damn. USS Nimitz, one of the heaviest and largest warships ever built. Oh, one of these things is worth $100 billion. God damn. $100 billion death machine. Boom, 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 boom. God damn, why is this here? We'll leave those adjusted for now. Interesting. And the amount of money that goes into building this stuff? Absurd. God damn. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. What's going on over here? A whole lot of nada. Whole lot of nada. Yeah, damn. I'm sure we have some alarms, y'all. Already got them. We already got them. I'm gonna worry about nothing right now. Okay. So what the fuck is up with this shit?
So that begs the question.
This fucking guy. A $4,000 course this guy's selling. Oh my god, man. I cannot take the fucking internet serious. I really cannot. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna wash this thing, get some water. God damn. Shout out to the math. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to the math. I need to stop reading this shit before I get pissed off. Fuck, I'm so stupid. People on the internet are so goddamn stupid, it's unbelievable. I don't even understand it, like, literally -5 critical thinking skills on their skill tree. Makes no fucking sense. God damn. Shout out to them though, right? That is our competition, so say fucking less. Guys, we're trading against literally fucking NPCs. If you can't make money trading, I don't know what to fucking tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You might be one of them. I'm gonna brush my teeth, god damn. These protein bars piss me off. I got any questions? So I'm about to start nerding out. Real nerding out. Slept like a baby yesterday. God damn. I'm gonna see if I had in a while. It's literally pixel flock in the valley area, high and low. This thing is way too bright. I'm getting fucking flash banged right now. What is this shit? Motherfucking flash bang. Boom, boom, boom. Why does that always happen? I don't. What is with this VWAP not working half the time? What the fuck is that about? All this data looking. Anything interesting going on here? Probably not. Probably not. No, there is not. Was that 1062? 1066. Interesting. A lot of shitty lows clean in both the directions, right? Shitty highs and shitty lows. I wonder if we'll actually start moving tonight. Hopefully so. In the meantime, we'll just wait as per usual. Also, what's up with this? Interesting. Interesting. Thought it was gonna be delayed for a second. One time I got mega wrecked from this exact issue. I woke up in the morning to trade Bitcoin and this little thing was on the chart up here and I didn't realize it. I went to go place a trade and got fucking wrecked. Mega wrecked. Now my eyes stay peeled for those. Stay peeled. Shout out to the math. Shout out to all the fathers out there, right? Father's Day today. Blessed my dad with some good shit. Leave it at that. I'm gonna be going home soon. See the fam jam. Sort of curiosity, how is how's oil doing? Right. How are the oil futures coming along? Not particularly interesting. 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 Because the Solana ETF decision's pretty soon, right? Same with all the staking decisions for ETH. Oh, I put it back. There. What should we leave it on? Leaving behind single prints? Okay. Mm. Let's get back to what we were doing. It's already 9:30. Oh, god damn, time is flying. Yeah, damn. what's going on over here. That thing hasn't been cleaned. Don't need that. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. Oh yeah. Oh. When is this Solana ETF decision exactly? I suspect that's getting approved, yeah? Like they're already sending out like amendments and whatnot. Wouldn't be doing that for no reason. The amendments are due June 25th. The final deadline is October. Okay, they might not be just yet, but I'd be surprised to see people front running that, right? Just like people are front running the whole ETF ETH staking. I'd be surprised to see people front running it at all. Curious to see what the open interest looks like on this, right? If anybody was in this trade and they had their stop loss here, they'd probably put it here afterwards. Like, you're gonna retrace like that fucking deep, you might as well just move it up for efficiency reasons. So I won't be surprised at all if like all the longs got on this wick. Not be surprised at all. Definitely missed the entry on that, but might be worth getting into as a bit of a swing trade. But we'll have to see everything else is looking this week. Most don't really care. I'm fucking big enough spot bag of Solana. Already got plenty of Solana exposure. What? I feel like the more I sleep, the more tired I get. That's the thing. I slept so damn well yesterday, and I feel like a little exhausted. I had an intense ass day at the gym though. Super long cardio session on top of my workout. Doesn't make sense. Also, y'all got any questions? Any questions? Any questions? We get back to it. Back to nerding out. Back to the notes. Shout to the math though, right? Shout to the math. Shout to FOMC week starting, right? Oh my god, FOMC this week. Ugh. how's this data looking, right? Let's get a quick look at the data. Despite not a whole lot's going on though. Spike in Coinbase spot volume. Some shorts closing. Other than that, nothing particularly interesting. People market smashing that move as well, trying to get the breakout. How's the order books looking? Particularly interesting. Interesting. Nothing particularly interesting going on. Here's Steve Goldhart's flying, right? Or retest this daily level and go. Retest the daily and go, or what? Boom, boom, boom. Oliver, hello, bro. Hey, bro. How are you? Good, been busy. How the trades going? Same trades for like days now, so not particularly interesting. It's been the same long and the same short for days. And if I hadn't TP'd on the short, like this would have stopped me out. I put my stop like here just because like I already TP'd twice on it, so yeah. We'll see though, might be getting stopped up pretty soon. If we do, I'm looking to get back in up here somewhere. Assuming the data looks good. We'll see. Now just chilling and waiting as usual. Sitting around waiting for something to happen. Boom, boom, boom. I'm falling asleep though. Oh my gosh. Time is flying by quick though. I'm fucking flying through this book. Got me losing track of time. Thought it was like 8:30. It's almost 10. Speaking of which, we'll take a 30-minute candle. And an hourly candle. And a 2-hour candle. This thing close. Okay. What's so interesting is doing a whole lot of nothing right now. These start to go as well or not. Boom, 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 boom. We'll make it up here, yeah? Our next long TP is up here. Hopefully we get there. It'd be pretty fucking salty if he just pixel fuck this and just reverse. But what? Boy, I'd be salty. But we'll be mindful of that. got any questions? Or nah, or nah. Cause I'm nerding out right now, boy. Nerding out. Bom bom, bom bom. What's going on over here? So let me stand my ass up. Just sitting down shit. So I'm long. I'm both. I'm in a long and a short. My short's gonna get stopped out pretty soon. By the looks of it. Well, I already TP'd twice on it on the way down, so TP'd like here and here. Bink, bink. My third TP was there, but didn't quite make it. We're in a long from down here. Where do we TP on that thing? I think one was like here. Oh, the second one was up here. The third one is up here. We'll see if we can get our third TP hit on the long finally. We've been in this thing since Friday. Almost 3 days waiting for this thing. Two accounts? No. You can go long on short on mini exchange, at least I'm aware. Although I know some exchanges you have to change like the settings to enable that. I had someone in here telling me that earlier, which I didn't know. But every exchange should let you do both. Should be no reason why you can't. Oh, I forgot what exchange they were using, but they said they had to go in the settings or something to like enable like the UI to let you do both at the same time, which seemed extremely odd to me when I first heard it. I was in shock. Alright, so there's no way you're staring at this exact chart for the whole time when you're trading the higher time frame. Not sure what you mean. Oh, you mean like literally staring at the chart? No, no way. No way. I mean, like I'm watching like the 4 hour, like the daily, the weekly, blah blah blah. But no, like right now I'm reading like on my screen. It's not the chart. Right now I have an alarm right here, and I have an alarm right here. And until we go past either or, I fucking care less what happens. Could care less. I'm actually reading a book about trading and taking notes. Nerding out, right? Nerding out. Trying to improve, etc. See if there's anything new we don't know, perhaps. Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah, I mean, there's no really point in Like until it gets up to this area, cause like okay, yeah, let's assume that we don't reverse here and go lower. We actually go and tag my stop loss on the short. And like my next area to potentially be shorting is like up here somewhere. So or maybe here, depending on how the data is looking. Whatever. The point is like until we're like in this kind of region, nothing to look at. What book? Mind Over Markets. Mind Over Markets, updated edition. So far, it's mostly the same. Like, it's like one of the books I thought people would read is Markets in Profile, and this is like a follow-up book to that. But somebody in the chat was like asking me about it, and I hadn't read it, so I was like, whatever, right? I might as well read it. See if there's anything new, interesting in there that they've added that's different from the first one. So far, it's a lot of overlap, but there's some interesting things in there. Definitely better than the book I read before this. What did I read before this? What was that book? I almost killed myself reading this thing. Advanced Techniques in Day Trading by Andrew Aziz. I'm mind blown. This book has like 20,000 reviews on Amazon. I was mind blown when I was reading. So terrible. I feel bad for anyone that starts trading and reads that thing. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. I guess like for people that are like purely technical, like system traders, I guess it's not the worst, but. I don't think that's the best way to trade. Personally. But it is easier for most, so I'll say that. Boom, boom, boom. Do I ever trade in the lower time frame or have before? Like yeah, but like I'm definitely on the lower time frame when I'm trying to like enter trades, right? I'll be like on the 1 minute or like the 3 minute or whatever. Like, the way I look at it is, like I have a level of interest I'm waiting for price to get to, and when price starts getting there, then I'll start to look on the lower time frames and see what's like really going on. Until then, I don't really care. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, I mean, it just depends, right? Everyone's different. Some people definitely trade only on the lower time frame. Some people trade on the tick charts, which I've been playing around with. I've been like back testing tick charts out of curiosity, because there is some kind of interesting stuff going on there when you like sit down and look at it. Definitely notice some interesting patterns. But that tick charts are like very order flow driven trading. If you're not like using that kind of the level 2 data and whatnot, kind of pointless. You know, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an expert on that by any means. I've just started like kind of researching it more in depth now, but like you'll notice that like there's like multiple ticks like at the same price level, like tick 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 tick, and you can see in the order book like where all the orders are. So you know that like if you're ticking at a level and the order that you're currently at is about to finish, and there's like a gap between like the next order, then you can like get in the trade right there, right? Because you know as soon as this thing is done ticking at this price, it's gonna like immediately start blasting up. But if you don't have any of this information, then like you're not gonna know that. Boom, boom. But I don't know, me personally, I find like trading on like this kind of medium-ish like 15, 30 minutes is like way more chill. Cause like once you're in the trade and it's going, like that's it, right? You can kind of do whatever. Like obviously you have to be monitoring what's going on in case you need to like start shaving on a pullback or whatever, but plus the moves are way juicier, right? Like you're not gonna get a fucking like 3% long on like the 1 minute chart, like a 3% move, quite unlikely. And even that's even more so the case for like alts. And also you can't trade size in the lower time frames. So it's another downfall of that. It'll be an eventful week ahead, yeah, 100%. Bank of Japan announcing rates, options expiry, major options expiry, and it's a quad witching. And it's the Fed meeting. So yeah, good, very eventful week ahead. Very curious to see the options data this week, how it's shaping up. Also, this Solana has been catching my eye, right? What have they've been tweeting about this? All the ETF people, Eric Balchunas and whatnot. Have they tweeted anything new? Because I imagine people already know, right? They're just kind of front running this at this point. Nothing since the 13th. We already knew this though. Interesting times ahead, right? Potential Solana ETFs coming soon. Potential XRP ETFs. Staking added to the Ethereum ETF. Very interesting times ahead. Or was that thing? I'm hoping tomorrow's like a volatile day. I'm trying to get into like a big ass long and short by Wednesday. And if we just start to like sit here going sideways tighter and tighter, it's gonna be like kind of hard to do that while managing risk. I mean, we'll still try regardless, but quite likely if we sit like this and I get into like a big ass short and a big ass long, I'm gonna get got both ways, right? I'm gonna get stopped out break even on both, and then it's gonna just fucking fly wherever. Which would suck. So hopefully the market gods bless us with some volatility so we can get a bit of a distance between both. Futures are pretty quiet though. Futures tend not have much of a like. I'll just curious to see if we have like massive gaps on the futures. Like not really. A gap down. Now we're just sitting here. Whatever, regardless, right? Very curious to see what JP's got to say. Does he have some interesting rate announcements or not? Or not? Or is he waiting for more data? So what is this? I think it's also, what's it called? Isn't the UK also doing their rate announcement? If I recall correctly. Yeah, they are. So 3 different rate meetings this week. Plus all the other data, right? Like unemployment and whatnot, retail sales, blah blah blah. Not as major as the other things, but still worth noting. Still worth noting. Shout out to the Maya. Hope this doesn't happen overnight. I'd be pretty salty if I wake up and it's just like ding ding. Wah wah. Kind of like a baby. Crying like a big old baby. This book has a typo in it. Interesting. How did that get passed? Get some more water. Show to the math though, god damn. Can I get this fucking TP spanked or what? God damn. And you know, I don't know, Blitz, if you're still here or not. Mm. But the thing about trading these time frames is like there's more data points, right? So it's like the data's much more reliable. Like a 5 minute bear div or bull div versus like a 30 minute or hourly bull div is much more reliable. Like if you want to go figure out how many people in the city that you live in, I don't know, work out. You're not gonna ask like 2 people and they both say yes, and then you're like, yeah, okay, everyone in my city works out. Not enough of a sample size. Order flow can flip flop back and forth on the lower time frames very easily. On the higher time frame, it's like more trendy in that regard. Represents what the market's thinking as a whole better, more reliably. Y'all got any questions? Or nah? Or nah? Or nah? How long have I been trading for? Like a year and a half, I guess. $590 days or so. I started learning about like finance and like just the markets and whatnot here like in March. But I didn't start learning about trading until like this like nuke in the summer. I had a hernia. I think I had a hernia repair, so I had a surgery. I had a bilateral hernia repair. So I was in bed for like a month straight. And that time I was like, fuck it, right? Let me learn about this trade and shit. What's going on over here? Then I started trading spot a little bit. And then I started leverage trading here. I wanted to leverage trade, but there was nowhere you could do it in Canada like legally. And then here, like they started offering like legal leverage trading. And then yeah, been doing that ever since. Because trading spot sucks, right? It's like you can't like there's no, you can't short stuff. I'm literally missing half of the game. Missing half the game content. So yeah, not a very long time, but also like nerd out hardcore, right? Make sure anyone that's knows, like, first of all, you can tell like I'm streaming every single day, 4 or 5 hours, like doing shit related to trading the whole time. On top of doing that all day, 7 days a week. I've been doing that for 2 years straight. So definitely putting a lot of effort in that regard. Always dedicated to improving, learning new stuff, right? I'm reading a book right now where I probably know like 90% of the stuff in this book. But if there's like one nugget of information I'm gonna find in here that's useful, then worth it to me. Trying to rank up. Plus there's a lot to learn too. Like managing like $200 million is not the same as managing like $1 million. You have to, you're forced to engage in the market differently, whether you like it or not. What are methods learning at the beginning? Videos or just books? Both. Books, ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT was out at the time when I started, so definitely use that a lot. Still do to this day. Yeah, definitely books as well. Also, yeah, there's a lot of like I mean, you have to be careful with the videos, right? Because the problem with videos is there's a lot of like grifters online, don't know what they're talking about. So you have to be able to like kind of weed through the trash. But I find that like, let's say you want to look up a certain topic, perhaps I don't know, cumulative volume delta (CVD). If you go look up CVD on YouTube, then yeah, you'll probably find something relatively useful. And there's also a lot of interviews. I watch a lot of interviews, like a lot of content about finance in general. And also just a lot of learning by my own, right? Sometimes I say fuck it, I don't give a fuck what I read, right? I'm gonna sit here and look at this stuff myself and see what kind of things I notice myself, what kind of interesting patterns are happening here, etc. Like a big part of trading is like pattern recognition. Like to the point that I've like made my own indicators, collected my own stats on things, of things that I've just noticed myself from looking at charts. A lot of back testing, etc. Anyone in particular I started watching? I guess it depends. I guess it depends. Like I have like a list of YouTube channels like in the resources section on the Discord. Mm, it's kind of like all over the place because a lot of it's just like interviews. Some of them do like TA, but I have to pick one. Hard to say. And the thing is like I don't even know if I even advise just one person because a lot of these are just like whatever, right? They have content I've watched over time, but wouldn't say I'm ever like anyone on this list. Like there's no single channel on this list that I look at and I watch every video and I'm always in agreement with. There are times where I just disagree with things or see things differently. Maybe that's right, maybe that's wrong, I don't know. Because the thing with trading is it's so subjective, right? It's like people are trading on different time frames. They're like swing trading versus scalping, blah blah blah. And a lot of the advice you can get for one time frame is like not valid on others, and vice versa. Look, my advice, and this is what I always tell everybody, like just consume as much as you can, and the things that make sense to you, implement it. And if you find that it doesn't resonate with you or doesn't make sense, then don't. Because if you're just constantly trying to do what other people do and it doesn't make sense to you, like it's not gonna get you anywhere. How long until it's profitable? Pretty early, pretty early, pretty early. Like one of the very first books, like I read the entire Market Wizard book series. This is like one of the first things I did. Like when I googled, when I first had my surgery and I googled like books to read about trading, that was the first thing on the list, on the most people's list, was Market Wizards. So I read the whole series, and like that book series, what it is a collection of interviews with professional traders. And each trader has like a different way of trading, or they're famous for a certain aspect of their trading. Like some traders have never had a drawdown in their entire life, or like a losing month. Some of them have like crazy returns throughout their entire career for like 20 years. Some of them are like extremely efficient options traders. Some of them are like hedge fund managers, blah blah blah, whatever, right? Just a million different things. But the whole point is though, is that like regardless of how they all trade differently, when it comes to risk management, like they're all on the same page. Like all of them like have the same thought about it. It's like what we're doing is managing risk. So like, when I started trading, I was doing that from the beginning. And when you're doing that properly, it's very hard to lose money, right? If every losing trade that you have is like a tiny loss, and then the winning trades are like outsized compared to that, then you're gonna be making money. There are plenty of traders who have like 20% win rates, and they're extremely profitable. So that's the biggest thing with trading, right? It's how you trade doesn't fucking matter. I can sit here and name you like a million different strategies, like Bollinger Bands, using EMAs, volume profiles, like straight quantitative methods, blah blah blah. And then if you're managing a risk, doesn't matter what you're doing, you're gonna lose money. Plus, I also had a bit of a cushion, right? Let's also not forget that there was some luck involved in this. Let's not kid ourselves, right? The fact that we started trading spot like in this time span was basically fucking up only. So like, sure, did I kind of have an idea what I was doing during this time span trading? Like, yeah, but I also got lucky in the sense that like this was occurring. Like I suspect that if we had like done something like this kind of thing, maybe I wouldn't have been as profitable or would have been losing money. I'm not sure. It's hard to kind of think back on it, but to also be self-aware enough to realize the situation at hand that was occurring here. So maybe a little bit of luck that's in that regard. But regardless of that like being the case or not, the general time span has not changed. So just something to note. So it might be personal, but normally how big of a position do you trade? It depends. It depends. Like what time? Like normally I'm watching like this time frame or like the 30-minute, hourly, 4-hour, etc. Like let's say we're coming towards like a pretty important level in the daily. Like, let's say we were to come down to like here. And I was seeing like hella edge. That's looking like a bounce is coming, like a bullish bounce, hella bullish edge. And yeah, I'm gonna size up way more in a trade like that than I would in a regular trade. So the higher the time frame, the more confident I am, like the more size I'm putting in that thing. And also like the events, right? Like right now, like I would like if I see an opportunity present itself to open like a trade that I think is pretty low risk in terms of getting the entry, then yeah, I'm gonna try to size up for FOMC this week, right? Because like it could lead to like a lot of volatility where the price just kind of runs in one direction or the other. So I'd like to have a good position for that because like those kind of trades can like make a month, make a year. Like there are trades like that. But, like last FOMC was like a yearly trade for me almost, right? I made a shit ton on in the last FOMC. So when those opportunities present themselves, yeah, I try to size up more. And they're common, right? Like in the Market Wizards book series, like they talk about that. It's like month makers, quarter makers, they call them. The FOMC was like a quarter maker for me, not quite a quarter, like probably a bit less, but still like extremely sizable. But I'm not gonna force it either though. Like if I don't see it like a very clear, safe entry, I'm not doing that. Because if it goes against me and I get stopped out without getting a chance to put my stop loss break even, I'm gonna fucking lose a shit ton. Lose a shit ton. That's not worth it, right? At least to me. Like I'd always rather not lose money than make money. Especially when it comes to losing a lot of money. Because like you could lose like a fucking like weeks of gains in one bad trade. And most people suggest to not like what do they call that, like dynamic sizing. Most people suggest to not do that because like, you have to have a pretty good sense of like what's going on to be doing that, right? Because like if you don't know what's actually going on in the market, right, you have like a bad read, then you size up in a trade that you shouldn't be, then yeah, you're gonna lose like a decent amount of money that you made. Give back your gains. For me personally, I think I'm have enough awareness I have enough game sense, right, to kind of a good feel for when to do that or not. But who knows, right? We might be here in a month from now. I mean, we might be here on Wednesday, and I might be here like, fuck, I just lost like half a fucking mil or some shit, right? Possible. Maybe one day it's gonna bite me in the ass hardcore and I never do it again. Up until now it hasn't happened, but not the question either. I wouldn't even be surprised if it does happen someday, right? People give that advice for a reason, probably because they've lived through it. General advice most people give out though is like 1 to 3% per trade, 3 being fucking pretty high end. Like your risk of ruin ramps up pretty quickly the higher percentage you get. Like you can go on ChatGPT and get a pretty quick visualization of it, but let's just do a quick chart. So this would be like percent of account. We'll start at like 1 and then go up to like 10. And this is like it's called the risk of ruin. Like R of R, which is you blowing up your account essentially. So from 1 to 10, and like it like scales up like this. So hopefully none of us do that. Hopefully none of us blow up our accounts. I'm sure anyone here that's old enough to be trading is probably old enough to be working, and you know how much of a pain in the ass it is to work. How much of your time you have to give to get money. So if you lose all of it in a fucking day, you just wasted a shit ton of your time. And then you gotta commit even more of that time to get the money back. Did I do a lot of back testing? Yeah, for sure. A lot. I still do. Not as much as I used to, but at first, yeah. The only problem for backtesting with the way I trade now is like there's just certain like there's certain data I used to trade that I don't have the data set going far back enough to backtest with it. So if I want to be backtesting with like open interest data from like 2 years ago, I don't have that data. I want to go backtest with sentiment data from 2 years ago, I don't have that data. I want to go backtest with like data from the options market for the S&P from 2 years ago, I don't have it. So it's a bit hard to backtest some of those things now. In terms of like stuff that I can see on TradingView or whatnot, or like have data for easily, yeah, I'll backtest. So I think about it like right now, right? Cause right now I'm waiting to get a potential short up here. Like if I get stopped out when we come up here, I'm eyeing this region for a potential short somewhere. And like, let's say it doesn't. Let's say there is no short to be taken, and I have to wait for like the next zone of interest. Like that might be like 1 to 2 short opportunities a day. Same with the long. Like in general, for like the time frame I'm trading on, depends how volatile the day is, but usually there's like what 3 to 6 opportunities a day, something in that range. Whereas when I'm backtesting, I can have like literally like do 200 in a sitting. So like you get a lot more reps. And you can also use like automation to help you with this, right? Like I've like coded my own stuff to kind of backtest stats. So I don't have to do some things myself. I can just write some code for it, boom, upload the chart data, and then I'll find out within like 2 minutes. Don't gotta sit here doing it all by hand. I'm fortunate enough that like I used to work in tech, so like I know how to code already. But if you don't, you can like leverage ChatGPT pretty well for that kind of stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's not some like complicated program, right? You're just writing a file that takes in some data and then does some analysis on it. It's not some like huge piece of software with like 20 different like, points of interaction, etc. Definitely a good way to get reps in though. I do more backtesting myself. I'm working on that. Yeah, like for instance, like you'll see it. There's times when I'm like doing stuff on stream backtesting, right? And sometimes it's just as simple as doing the eye test. Like okay, like the other day I was looking at this stuff. I've been looking at this for a while. Like the VWAP with like so this is like a typical VWAP, like the green one. This is like 2 standard deviations. This is 3 standard deviations, the red line. You don't have to like sit here like hard coding a test to just quickly look at this thing with your eyes, right? Like let's just fix this mouse wheel real quick. Okay, right? Like how often does it come into this red region and bounce? Let's just look at it with our eyes, or like even like the outer region. Pretty common, right? Even if it's just like a minor pullback. And even more so as the day progresses, like the later it happens into the day, the more likely. So yeah, okay, if you're looking at something and you notice like some kind of pattern forming, then yeah, you can kind of like sit down a little bit more intensely and nerd out. Or then say, okay, this indicator is doing this. What if I pair it with something different and see how they work in combination? Like how strong of a signal is that? So like this, like I have this open on this screen like all the time. Like I have like a 1 minute chart I have open over here for entering trades with all kinds of shit on it. And then a day though, you don't need like if I have 20 different indicators that are measuring 20 different things, that's like too much signals, right? Like if you have, like, the more you have, the more likely some of them are going to be firing. So it's going to get to the point where one of them is always firing, right? It's like that's not what you want. You just want to have like a certain set that you can rely on and just go with that. That's why like, I don't backtest like too much. Like what I'm doing now is like fine. I just do it out of curiosity when I'm bored. Or maybe I find something that's like OP, overpowered. In my opinion, the data is the most important, right? Looking at the data and then interpreting it correctly. But that's how I trade. I'm like a discretionary trader. Other people are much more like systematic in how they trade. Like their trading system is like, if the Bollinger Band on the 5-minute closes above the outer limit and the MACD is crossing over, I'm entering the trade. And that's it. Simple as that. And it's fine too, right? I'm not saying people can't do that. But it's not as effective in my opinion. Not enough context for me. Personally, I like the data. Cause like, you know, let's just think about this example right here, right, where I'm considering a short. Let's say a bunch of shorts opened down here and they're underwater right now, and we're like starting to pump into the zone. And as we get here, none of them have closed out their shorts yet. They're still underwater in these shorts. And there's no bearish divergences, there's no CVD divergences, S&P's pumping, blah blah blah. I'm not taking the short there, right? Because we're gonna get fucking ran over. But if they have closed out their shorts, as S&P is about to tap some like critical level up here, as longs are opening at the top of the move, as there's like bear divs forming, then yeah, I'm probably gonna take that short, right? I'm gonna try to get filled. Then if we get any kind of bounce, putting my stop loss break even, and that's it, right? What happens after that is up to the market. So I closed the tab here. What was that? The 5-minute tab. And all that information is like not from the chart, so Alright, have a good rest of your session. Gotta go for now. We'll tune in next time. Now, shout to you. Shout to you for asking questions. Shout to you for learning. It's the only way to do it, right? Asking stuff, figuring stuff out. And I'll see you again soon. I'm not gonna be on too long myself. I usually get off at like midnight, right? Because the market opens early. It's a weekday tomorrow, so you're not gonna be missing a whole lot. Well, I shall see you soon, my friend. I have a similar trading style to yours in a way. I'm trading mostly price action. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say I do that, but at the end of the day, like everyone starts off with price action, right? Have some kind of chart, whether it's like a bar chart, like any of these, right? Heikin Ashi, etc. Which I do use from time to time. I do switch around these charts from time to time depending on what I'm trying to find, but we'll set that for another day. Later. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening or morning. I don't know where you're from. Looks like the U.S. Air Force is rolling out to the Middle East right now. Interesting. Interesting. Hey Marcos, ready for this week? I mean, yeah, yeah. Are you ready? Speaking of this week, because tomorrow is the Bank of Japan stuff, but it doesn't say the exact time. Is there another calendar for this? 11 p.m. It says. What time zone is that? Our time zone. Okay, interesting. See, this weekend, lots of stuff this week. Yeah, yeah, very chaotic week ahead. Options expiry, quad witching, rate decisions out of the UK, Japan, and the US. Bunch of consumer retail data. And like this whole stuff going on like in the Middle East, right? Just like more, even more. I'm trying to think back of when's the last time we had a week with this much stuff going on. It's been a while. I don't even remember if we even had a week like this, to be honest. At least in my time, my little experience. Very curious to see how the options data shapes up during the week. Quad witching this week. A lot more fuel to the fire, yeah, exactly. I'm sure there's gonna be some pretty interesting like individual stock trades. Whatever, there always is when there's options expiry, but even more so when it's like everything at once. Just one big massive options expiry. I have it on my to-do list, but I'm not gonna be looking until we start to look at new data tomorrow. As I just saw now that seems like a lot of the United States Air Force is starting to mobilize out into towards that region, crossing the ocean as we speak. So this meta plan and stuff, like, is there a way to, like, if there was a way to buy this, looking back, I definitely should have bought some of this shit. Wow, move on this thing, and people on YouTube were talking about this so long ago. Definitely missed out on some juice or trade on this. Is there even a way to buy this here? Let's kind of look at a look actually. Too late now, but out of curiosity, just to buying stocks in foreign markets. It's from Japan, yeah. I mean, it's basically like a treasury company, right? But like a lot of them, like from my understanding, you can't buy the ETFs there or something to that extent. So this is like the only exposure they have to Bitcoin in that region. So that's why like this thing is going like parabolic to the max. You need a broker with access to the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Oh, apparently Interactive Brokers offers it. Okay, interesting. Good to know. I'm assuming that's the only one though. Interesting. I was reading a book by Ray Dalio, and he was kind of like a pretty big advocate for investing in like foreign markets, like emerging markets, like India and whatnot. A lot of growth to be made there. Maybe he's just shilling his bags, but I doubt it. Or maybe it's a mix of both. Does make sense though. Those regions are like growing, like insane population growth, etc. The yen is a falling currency, so more boost. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. That's why tomorrow's interesting, right? It's like the rate announcement. God damn it, it's fucking... I just hope we don't pump overnight. If so, I might... like, the stop for the rest of my shorts are here. And I want to consider getting back in here potentially, like if we're going to kind of sweep the weekend highs and go lower. Or somewhere in this region. I'm going to bed soon though. I might miss out on that. Have to try to find something tomorrow. usual end of stream dilemma. God damn. Oh yeah, shit, how did I forget that? So how long have we been standing for? Let me sit my ass down. Over an hour? Yeah, fuck it. Sit my ass down. Fry guy, kind of a fly guy. What's up? Not a whole lot. Just kind of waiting, as usual. Just nerding out while waiting. What's up with you? I mean, me see if we're gonna clean these highs or not. My long Sui. Just now. A little risky. I mean, if you got him down here, then nice. Can't lose at that point. Stop loss break even, can't lose. It's very common to like sweep like the weekend highs and lows after CME resumes. There's something like this in the cards for sure right now. We never know, not guaranteed. Not guaranteed. Also a lot of times happens when like the RTH hours are trading on CME. Three-day bull divs confirmed. Yeah, I was looking at this on a Saturday actually. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, yeah, Sui looks like it's in a decent spot. Probably would have tried to get in at this point. It's pretty cooked in a low time frame. Personally, but yeah, it was there was like some interesting stuff going on here on the higher time frames. Definitely agree with that. It was a pretty cool interview with the Sui founders as well on like the Real Vision YouTube channel that I watched over the weekend. Pretty cool stuff going on there. Or maybe it was Rao Powell's channel. No, it was the Real Vision channel. Shout out to Sui. Trying to get above the 200 EMA on the daily. Oh, whoops. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, like, and what does that mean though, right? That'd be my question to you. What does that mean? What's happened the last 10 times it's tried to break past the 200 EMA? Last 20 times, etc. Like saying that doesn't really mean anything, right? Like what if the last 10 times I tried to do that, like 9 out of 10 it just end up rejecting going lower? It doesn't really mean a whole lot. So the thing about like EMAs, like the 50 and the 200 EMAs, like they're kind of there's a lot of systematic buying and selling that happens in traditional markets based around those, but that doesn't necessarily apply to crypto. So we should probably collect some data to verify those kind of things. Because even in traditional markets, it's not always true either. A lot of people are under the belief that those are very lagging indicators nowadays. And they moved away from that as more advanced techniques have come out. Advanced quantitative methods. It's a psychological moving average a lot of people use. Yeah, that is fair. I'd still suggest getting data on it, but you're not wrong with that statement. Right, let's always remember that like observation is not analysis. If I sit here and say, oh, Bitcoin has like a 1 hour bear div, but out of the last 20 of them, 19 of them not played out, then me sitting here taking a trade because I think there's a bear div that's about to get printed doesn't mean anything. Also, you don't want to fall into like the whole confirmation bias kind of way of thinking, where you're like in a long, and you're looking for like any possible reason to think the long might work out. I'm not saying you're doing that, but just kind of something to be mindful of. Sniffing on the hopium. Well, I fuck with the moving averages too, at least in the higher time frames. I always have them on these charts. And the other thing you should keep in mind about those is that like, okay, there will be people that are watching that like EMA or SMA, the 200 SMA, and they're waiting for the daily close to confirm that it closed above. So like until it actually does that, like, there's no action to be made. So like, is that going to impact your low time frame trade? Probably not, but something to keep in mind as well. A lot of algorithms and whatnot like execute on candle closes. I buy below 200 EMA to buy dips in a bull market. Have we had any of those? Yeah, there's been a couple, yeah. Definitely a good way to like dollar cost average in for sure. The low Sui made also hit a previous high on the daily. Pretty good confluence for a long. Like this. I don't know if I'd look at it like that. Like the next volume node's like right here, right? It's kind of like a volume gap here, so like this high is like somewhat irrelevant. I would give the anchored VWAP more weighting than this like random high that got printed. What's the math looking like on this? Whatever. At this point you're in it, right? At this point you're in it. In that thing. As long as you manage your risk, can't lose. Took your shot. You had your reasons. Just seems like every time I try to fade bull divs in the high time frame, ends up going without me. Yeah, but you should have some kind of like protocol of how you want to chase it if that happens, right? Like let's say you didn't get in at the lows. You're expecting a pullback like somewhere in this region. So like one, you can get on the pullback. Two, if it starts to like flip this level and turn this into support, you can get in there. And if it does run off on you, then like that's okay, right? It's always another trade. I've had plenty run off on me. He even got the AI to make songs about it. You get left behind, feels bad. That's kind of the nice thing about crypto though, right? Is that there's like so many like let's say you're waiting for like some kind of like ETH beta to get in the trade and it runs off without you. And all the other ETH stuff is like running. Well, and there's gonna be things in other areas like Solana type exposure that hasn't run probably, or like some kind of like SUI beta that hasn't run. So you'll find setup somewhere if you just look around enough. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Oh, look at a 4-hour candle too. Looking pretty strong. They want to come back up here. If we can flip this level, that'd be nice, right? That'd be nice. It's been the main battleground for quite some time. A little suspicious myself, but we'll see. Because these are a lot of bad lows we're leaving behind. Not be surprised at all if we just like ding ding. Boom, boom. Weak lows, poor lows. Interesting. Shout out to Gold. Shout out to Gold. Shout out to the math. Shout out to all the dads out there today, right? Father's Day. Hopefully people did something special with their dad. Shout out to the Maya. BTC strong. Yeah, I mean so far, yeah. Kind of like broke out of yesterday's value and flipped it. Flipped our yellow imaginary line, by the way. Shout out to the yellow lines as per usual. Well, we'll see. Until we start getting like closes like above this region, like I'm not buying it. And especially this region. We can easily just kind of like ding ding. But one level to level, one level at a time. So far it is starting to flip some levels. Very curious to see how the market reacts to this news on the open, right? I think now like the US is like kind of shipping out a bunch of like military entities over there. Harshal, good morning, Sire. Hello. Good morning to you. US is deploying in the Middle East. I don't know if I go that far, but I've read like multiple reports in the past like hour that like a bunch of like the Air Force is already overway on their way overseas. Doesn't mean like any kind of official involvement or anything, but I'm sure people are going to speculate. Plus, like the Navy already had like one of the second biggest destroyers also moving out into that region. I was researching it at the start of the stream out of curiosity. How that thing has $120 billion worth of weaponry on it. God damn, it's no joke. I made 0.7% on market open. War gave gap up on gold. Yeah, I mean gold in general this whole like year has been quite I mean the central bank's been accumulating gold, right? Like if you read like the whole Basel III documentation, they kind of like reclassified gold in a manner, in like some sense. I mean, this was a while ago, and like central banks have been accumulating gold ever since. Like people started like catching up to it like later on, like way later on. But, like yeah, they've been accumulating gold. Let's see, it is like a risk-off asset, highest market cap asset in the world. So lots of reasons to be buying, especially in times like this. Especially as like inflation concerns are growing more and more. People are becoming more aware that inflation's happening in the U.S. More normies are becoming aware to it. Oil spiked that crazy on the open. Did it? And that would make sense. I looked at it earlier, I thought it wasn't like that high. Yeah, already came back down. Makes sense though. Does make sense. Looks like it wants to break out, yeah. Doing a little bit of a triangle up here. US oil? Well, imagine all oil if there's like less supply. By the nature of things. Because they've been blowing up each other's oil like refineries and whatnot. Also, the other thing we forgot to mention this week, they're voting on the Genius Act, right? They're voting on the stablecoin bill in the U.S. Another big catalyst for crypto specifically. Pretty crazy week, right? Pretty crazy week. Like that's on top of everything else we talked about. God damn. Also curious to see how high Circle ends up going, if it even goes higher. I imagine it probably will, but don't own any of this, but I'm sure we'll get some exposure eventually. Like, I mean, I already own like Coinbase, like Robinhood and whatnot, so I do have crypto exposure in traditional markets. I think they are partnered with Coinbase too, so I guess I have some exposure in that regard. Well, we got the 4-hour candle, yeah. Boom, boom. Interesting week ahead. Interesting week ahead. If we can start to get back up here, pretty likely we're going all-time high, right? We can like, especially if we got to like flip like this kind of region. It'd be likely we're going to all-time high to clean up all these bad highs left behind. Could also be a crazy week too, right? We could do some like wild moves. Could like come down like and then come all the way back in, start to go. Very potentially volatile week ahead. As long as we're prepared, right? As long as we're all planned out, we should be chillin'. Oh no. Partial 3. Right guy. Vibing out with ya boy. You guys got any questions? I'm about to be going to bed pretty soon. And pretty late here. Gonna hire a counselor. Soon help me with uni applications. Interesting. You can't do it yourself or something? Well, I mean, I guess I don't know what your university application process looks like, but here wasn't particularly complicated. Where I live. Maybe not the case where you are. Looking for equip gold scout back to open. Yeah, possibly. I don't know if this guy all gets left behind, but if it does, pretty bullish. Pretty bullish if it does. Probably gonna go way past the high if this all gets left behind. Want to apply for UK, EU, or Singapore, so counselors have a better idea of processing. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely sounds like a worthwhile endeavor then. What are you planning to study? Masters in finance. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Although, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's it called. I suspect some of those are better for finance than others. Some of those regions. And a final year computer science right now. Interesting. Yeah, somebody else in here. Harris is whenever Harris is in here, he's doing the same thing. He's in his final year of computer science as well. Personally, I beat the both of you to the punch, right? I'm already done my computer science degree. But what? You to the punch. Yeah, pretty good degree though, right? There's so much carryover of computer science to like every like you can work anything in computer science, right? You can work in like biology, you can work in like health sciences, work in finance, you can work in tech. Like it's applicable in like every field these days. What year did I graduate? Of a while ago, like before like COVID and all that. COVID was like 2020, so it would have been like what? I think 2017, 2018 or so. Don't even fucking remember at this point. I imagine a whole lot has changed though. Unk, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm a boomer. Thing is that I didn't start university in when I first started university, I was in arts and social sciences. I was gonna become an English teacher. Then I dropped out because I was playing Call of Duty professionally. And then I went back and switched into computer science. So I realized teaching was not for me, not for you boy. Every COD player starts trading later. I don't know about that. But there's definitely a lot of... Like I've seen multiple interviews with traders that like have their roots in gaming of some sort. Makes sense though, right? It's like pretty similar. At the end of the day, this is just a game. It's just two teams battling over like control of a map. It's basically what we're watching. And in terms of like the process of improving, it's very similar to the game too, right? Most people are just playing the game over and over and over and noticing things that they're doing wrong and changing it. Same thing with trading. Picking up on patterns as you go, etc. What works, what doesn't. And most of us are like, all these people that play like professionally are like pretty competitive. Institution versus retail. Takes a lot of patience on like games. Well, games take tons of patience, right? I mean, I don't know what games you play, but like patience is usually what differentiates a professional from not a professional, right? If you're someone that's like playing like a game of Counter Strike and you don't have the patience to like wait for your team or make the right play, you're just impulsively taking fights you shouldn't be, etc. And even at the pro level that happens, right? People that they can't like in the moment they just can't do it. Like it's after the fact when they're reviewing the game they think to themselves like fuck I shouldn't have done that, but in the moment they can't do it. So used to play Val and CS2. Yeah, same. I'm like a Radiant in Valorant, and I was a global elite in Counter Strike. Okay, I used to play like COD competitively on like controller on console, but I was also like a huge PC gamer. The super like the highest rank you can be in Dota 2, Overwatch, Counter Strike, Valorant, all kinds of games. Just a big nerd in general. Big old nerd. Does that really count in patience? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, cause, mm, there's just certain times in the game where you have to hit the go button, certain times where you don't. You have to not do that. Do the complete opposite. That's like patience, right? You have to have the patience to say like, okay, let me just chill for a second and see what's like happening, what's how the map is developing, etc. Maybe it's not the exact same as like patience is trading, but like the self-control. That's what it is, right? You either have self-control or not, and like to me, patience is like just self-control. Just got on the 1 minute. I don't know if it hits, but less risk. Trying to gamble some money away. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't want to kind of, like, that's how you build bad habits though, right? You don't want to be doing that. Damn, you're Radiant, never got past Plat. Yeah, I played a lot, because it was during COVID. It was during COVID, like, when I got Radiant. Like, not, well, it was, like, towards it, like, the tail end of when the lockdowns were ending. I was playing, like, non-stop every single day. It's grinding. But the thing is, like, I already knew how to play shooters. At that time, like, I was already, like, because I didn't just play Counter-Strike, like, ranked. Like, I also played, like, on ESCA. I was, like, top 100 rank on ESCA in Counter-Strike. Level 10 Faceit, blah, blah, blah. So, like, I had, like, plenty of FPS experience. Just a matter of learning, like, Valorant, the game itself. I love Valorant, though. So, like, sometimes I want to play it again. Super fun game. I was actually watching the other day. I'm pissed off. I didn't realize the current tournament that's going on right now in Valorant, like the Masters or whatever it is. Like it's in my city. If I known that, I would have gone out of curiosity. We're starting to go. We're starting to go. We're gonna get our TP hit on the long here or what? It's at 106.5. Maybe we'll lower it a little bit. Have it at 532. We'll put it right on those wicks. Just in case. Same man, it gets too addictive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I don't play games anymore. That's why I don't play games anymore. It's like too addicting. And the thing always says, like, I love games. Don't get me wrong. Mm, but it's like it's so time consuming. So now I just don't bother. Boom, 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 boom. Delete all social media. Yeah, I've never been a social media person personally. I don't like never use like Facebook, never use Instagram. The only reason I have Twitter is just to kind of like, read stuff. Also got sentiment data. Used to make music, so I was high on social media. Yeah, I mean, it has its use cases. It definitely has its like use cases. Like I use Twitter specifically. Like one, because I like to. Oh, this thing is sending right now. God damn, this thing is sending. Um, there's a lot of like really knowledgeable people on social media, like in all kinds of different industries. So if you follow the right people, there's a lot to like knowledge to be gained there from the kind of stuff that they talk about. Also, a lot of just brain dead garbage. So that's just pros and cons. And it is funny at the end of the day. There's usually some funny stuff. Stupid as people may be. Oh my god. It's less than $100 away. Hit that bitch. Hit that bitch. Hit that bitch. $107.0. If we reverse here, that'd be pretty fucking bearish. If we like swing fail pattern right here right now and start to head lower in the next like 2 30-minute candles, pretty fucking bearish because we didn't grab any of the liquidity up here. Oh my god, I'm really eyeing this. This is like the blue zone's like the main zone I'm eyeing. The yellow line and the blue box. Kind of like a ding ding. Give it some time, though. Don't get too carried away, don't get baited, don't get got. I was gonna go to bed, but damn. Damn. Yeah, video games hella addicting, hella fun though, hella fun. I miss it. I definitely miss playing games. Trading is not like, I mean, I don't know. To be honest, kind of boring, kind of boring. Not competitive enough. It took me way longer to become a professional in Call of Duty and to become a Radiant in Valorant than it took to become a professional trader. Not particularly fucking hard. And really not much competition either. Like in those games, like if you're not ranked like top 100 in the world, like you're considered dog shit. Like you fucking, you know, you don't know what the fuck's going on. You're clueless. Whereas like when it comes to trading, there are people that are like rank 100,000 who like make profitable traders. Even lower than that. I'm sure if you're to rank all profitable traders on planet Earth, I'm sure there's people that are ranked like 500,000 who are profitable. Look at some of this data. How many shorts close here or longs, etc. A lot of shorts opening into this move on Binance. Interesting. Underwater shorts right here. Decent amount, like 500 Bitcoin worth. What is that? $50 million plus. Looks like they're about to get their ass squeezed out, right? Took the trade a little too early. Jump the gun, no patience. Speaking of patience. True. Yeah, yeah. Mm. Definitely levels to this trading stuff between profitable traders. It's hard. It's hard to find like people that like know what's going on online. That really know what's going on. 'Cause I'm sure there's people out there that know way more than I do. I know the list of things that I need to learn still, and that's excluding all things I don't know I need to learn. And it's very hard to find people that know about this stuff. Maybe I haven't looked hard enough. I don't know. Or from what I see on social media, it's definitely a clown fiesta out there. Bum, 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 bum. What did I want to be when I was small? Hmm. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't remember. And then like as like a adolescent, as like a teenager, I definitely didn't know. That's why I ended up going to school to study like arts and social sciences to be a teacher because I didn't know what I wanted to do. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just be a English teacher. Most generic, basic thing on earth. Working in tech is definitely fun though. Working in tech, I definitely like definitely miss it a bit, right? And I'm planning to like go back to doing that at some point, not as like a software engineer. Mm, like a higher position, like kind of like a either A like fund my own company to do something, or B be some kind of like venture capitalist slash board advisor where I can like give input on things. Because even at the company that I worked at, like right from the get go, I had a pretty good ideas. It's just a matter of having people like work on my ideas. Because the coding, it's like being a software engineer, coding itself is like kind of boring, right? Like it is cool to like do something and then like have it finished and then working and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's someone else can be doing that on my behalf. Want to be a spy? And you could have been. It's not too late either. Definitely could have been. I'm always curious, like, how spies operate. Cause I don't think spies are like you know James Bond, or like going around like killing people and stuff. I think they're literally just undercover collecting information generally. Venture capitalist is good. Get people money in exchange for equity. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I've always had pretty good like critical thinking skills. Pretty quick to like act on decisions too. And I also give things a lot of thought. So like I've considered all different possibilities. So for me, it's like more so like I want to be in a position where people like act on my thought, on my what the things I think, so I can dedicate more time to doing that, right? Like if I have some good idea to implement in some kind of like software, I'd rather like give the idea thought, and then just give it to a team of engineers to execute it, and then I can move on to the next thing. Like that was what I like to like to me like the end goal of work was to mm, like I start here, and the end goal was to be like either like a CEO or like some kind of like executive C-suite position. So I had two options. Either I could like continue working in tech and like work my way up the ladder like slowly and like deal with all the like, political stuff, which I would have done just fine. Like I would have gotten there eventually one way or the fucking other. Or I can just skip all this and just make a shit ton of money trading. Kind of like leapfrog that whole process, and it's probably faster too. The only downside is that I'm missing. Now I'm definitely going to be missing out on some technical experience. But that's fine, right? I don't need it. That's why I have people that work for me to kind of clue me in on things I'm missing out on. You're making enough money through trading to open a company. Just think of a good tech idea and hire me. I'll code shit out for you. Yeah, I mean we'll see. We'll see. I haven't given it much thought. You know, one thing I would definitely want to do is, you know, the thing I hate about trading is the fact that there's no one centralized like piece of software for everything. Like you have to use one tool for this, one tool for that, one tool for the charts, one tool for order execution, blah blah blah. Like it just goes down the fucking list, right? It'd be nice to have just one unified program that does everything. Cause I'm shocked TradingView is like so popular because there's so much shit wrong with this. Like it's unbelievable. Like like can you fucking imagine telling somebody that you made a piece of software that doesn't even support customizable hotkeys in 2025? I'd be fucking embarrassed. I'd literally be fucking embarrassed to say that. It's unfucking believable. Like unfucking believable. Plus, don't even get me started on PineScript. I don't know if you've ever tried to like code stuff in PineScript. Oh my god. In fucking sufferable. That'd be the hardest thing to code because dealing with money, real-time data. I mean, that's like literally like in almost any software business is working with real-time data. Pretty rare like you're not doing something like that. And works at a company where they're building a training software for a bank and they have a headache 24/7. Yeah, that's why it's like experience matters and whatnot. Like look at like let's just look at Ethereum for an example, right? Ethereum was designed by a bunch of mm, we'll say like inexperienced software engineers who designed this thing, and now they keep having to go back to pay back tech debt, right? Because like they did X that was inefficient, like oh they didn't handle data properly, and they had to go redo their data handling, then they had to go redo something else, and they go redo something else because they didn't design it properly from the start. So having like a good team of engineers from the beginning that understand how to build like a complex system is pretty important. And at the end of the day, like no matter how much you try to do that, almost always you're gonna have some tech debt to go back on and fix. Because technology also advances over time, right? Like you might have been using something at the time that was the best in class, but now it's not. Or also there's a case where like you're at some startup and you have like X amount of dollars to allocate throughout the company. So maybe you guys only have like a small fraction of that to allocate to your database and servers. So you have to model your database around interacting with like this like certain type of lower cost server. But then down the road you have more money and then like you can get better servers, but the way you formatted your database is not efficient for that. So then you have to like redo your database, blah blah blah. So a lot of factors go into that, not just poor design, like monetary factors, evolution factors. Plus, there's poorly written code as well, right? People just code things inefficiently. Like, we'll go refactor a bunch of old code. Like, for instance, like where I worked before, like some of the software engineers that worked on this stuff previously were pretty old, right? They're like in their like 40s and 50s, so like they didn't grow up learning Python and whatnot. So when they were coding stuff in Python, like there's just certain things that they didn't know, and they code things like in a pretty odd manner in terms of like how they like pull things from the database and whatnot, like just weirdly optimized queries and stuff, things like that. So you have to go back and redo all that shit, blah blah blah. Like, you know, what was one example I'd always see? So like you could pull like so people would want to find something in the database, and instead of like doing like one ping to the database for to collect all the records they would needed, they would like do one ping per record. So instead of pinging the database once, they'd do like 1,000 fucking pings to the database for the same query, right? Just like random shit like that. Yeah, it's funny. It is a little funny, but it also matters because like sometimes like the database itself mm, updates like the way you can do their queries. So like they added support for like more powerful queries that are faster. So you have to go refactor the code because of that. How's our boys gold trade going? Doesn't not looking too hot just yet. Coming down to this naked point of control. We'll see if it bounces there or nah. Or nah. Getting tired. I don't know if I'm gonna be around for this. At the times I faced was if I queried a lot of data together, the server would just lag. So I have to retrieve it part by part. Just so annoying to be honest. Yeah, it's a thing. Like, you have to like have that in mind, right? Because like you're having that problem. Can you imagine if you work for like Twitter or like Google and you're trying to pull the big data set? That's why they have so many like database like engineers to make sure like all their database models are like as optimized as possible. Blah blah blah. That kind of stuff is fun. It's the kind of stuff that I liked, right? Like figuring out how to like optimize things like that. And they get paid a lot too. Interestingly enough, I don't know if you saw this thing called, what's it called? The Google. So like Google has like an in-house AI that's not like publicly available called Alpha Evolve. And like not only did it solve like increase the speed of matrix multiplication the first time in like 70 fucking years, it figured out a new way to do it faster. But it optimized their databases, like their database models for them. So much so that saving them like I forgot what the number was, but saving them like some percentage of money per year. I think it was like 3 to 5% savings from the optimization it made to their databases. If you're still passionate about writing code, go to Web3 hackathons. You don't have age limit, you can go whatever you want. No, I won't say I'm particularly passionate about writing code. It's more like the product itself. Also, writing code is becoming obsolete quick. Very quick. Like sure, you can't get ChatGPT to make you like a full end front to back system right now, but like it's gonna get there pretty fucking soon, right? On ETH Indian, we built an app 13K. That's a juice. Show told him to pay you in ETH. It's funny because like the Harris in the chat, he did the same thing, but for Aptos. He went to some Aptos hackathon and they gave him a shit ton of Aptos. Aware of Aptos, they were ETH India, I didn't participate in that track. Oh, whatever. Free Sui? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, you got a lot of shit then. Yeah, that's definitely worthwhile. Plus, I imagine you probably make some decent connections. Like, I went to a hackathon for Lockheed Martin, right? Shout out to Lockheed Martin. That's how I met the people that work there. So I could have had the opportunity to work there if I wanted. It would be nice to have some Lockheed Martin stock. Well, I mean, I do own some, but like have some free Lockheed Martin at times like this. So like we're pretty. I don't know how you got to do yours, but for ours, because they do it at our school all the time, like all the kind of the different hackathons and meetups with these companies. Because they come to do like recruiting essentially, right? To meet people, see if there's anyone interesting worth like bringing into their company. So every once in a while, I go to some of the more interesting ones. Shit ton of swag. 12 t-shirts, 3 hoodies. I consider, but like, isn't it in some weird language? Like, what do they code that in? Like Solidity or something? I'd have to like read it. I don't know. I never coded anything. You know what I wanted to code actually, interestingly enough? By the way, don't take this or else I'm gonna fucking sue your ass. This is Marco's copyright. Don't right? Marco's copyrighted right here, right now. Mm. But like wager matches in video games coded through the blockchain, right? So like you like go into ranked for like let's say you want to do like a one-on-one in Call of Duty and you like wager like whatever $100 and it like it finds you a match with somebody else and it handles like all the payment processing and whatnot for the game. Cause that used to exist. It used to exist like in Call of Duty back in the day, but it's been like closed ever since. And doing it with like blockchain tech would be pretty easy, right? Like you just connect your wallets, it handles everything for you. You don't have to worry about getting scammed. They're not gonna pay you if they lose, etc. I'm sure someone else has already done that, right? Like if I'm thinking about it, I'm sure somebody else has already thought about it and probably already built it. Similar for a game for chess. Yeah, I'd imagine so. It's not like a particularly genius idea. Shout out to all the chess players out there. I'm not gonna be awake to see this. I'm probably gonna go to bed on this hourly candle. And just set some alarms up here. So I don't want to be like fucking asleep all day tomorrow, and it's Monday, right? I don't want to start the week already lacking sleep on FOMC week. So I'll put a bunch of alarms. Make the right decision. No, me too. Me too. I'm heading out too. Like I don't. Don't get carried away on a Sunday night. Yeah, very fun chat as well. Shout out to you. We'll do a quick juice box, I guess. I mean, or if a retest is value area high, right? Like the PD value area high retest, if they give you that, make sure the data aligns or as per usual, right? We also updated our data list just so people know what's going on. Right, so first and foremost, know the things on this list. If you don't, spend time nerding out. Right? Just pick one thing for the day, read about it, then go to the next thing. Okay, and then if you have some of this edge, then yeah, take some of these trade setups. Although I'm curious, I'd be surprised like if we start to pull back from up here. I'd be pretty suspicious, right? Because usually you do sweep the weekend lows, and we have multiple poor lows down here. So yeah, be careful with that. But if we do flip this level, right? If we do flip the 106.5k flip, so that is also this higher time frame level we've been talking about here. This zone. Just be mindful that this probably potential for another rejection up here, so your trade might be looking like this. So make sure you have like a decent stop loss. Make sure the risk reward is worth it. Don't chase the move, wait for the pullback, etc. We'll leave that for now, right? Then obviously there's longs from below that we've talked about in previous streams. Lots of longs potentially below, various levels of interest. We already covered those, so we'll leave these two for now because I'm also tired. Don't feel like sitting here yapping. Potential short coming up here pretty soon, right? This looks like the region above. Right, we have some liquidity to grab up here in this zone. Also got like math building, right? The math confluence building. Pretty sure there's gonna be like the bear divs, right? On the higher time frame. Yeah, like these are already like ripping higher, right? So already have some bear divs forming, hidden bear divs in the higher time frame. I'm sure there's gonna be some like smaller or lower time frame regular bear divs over here. Already starting to get kind of heated, right? So sooner or later this is gonna be doing like bing, 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 and this is gonna start to go like bing, ding, ding. So look out for that. If not, the levels above as well, right? That levels above have been talked about earlier. Although be careful though, right? Because if we start talking up here to these higher levels, people are gonna be getting bullish, right? So you might be stepping in front of a freight train. So make sure you can look at the data, know what's going on before taking those trades. And for a short from below, there's a couple, right? Any kind of like bearish retest of anything like the PD value area high, like the value area low, like this yellow line after the sweep, the blue box after the sweep. Gotta be careful though, right? That the more time you take to get in, like the riskier you're getting, because you might just come here and like ding 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 ding. So yeah. And we'll leave that for now. That should be good enough, right? Get the juices flowing as per usual. I'm sure probably missing some. I'm like so tired now. I can't even do all to think, but just throwing these out top of my head. Get rid of that. Hopefully our TP hit. Maybe we'll hang around for another minute or two, just to kind of see if it gets hit or not. Very curious to see if we start to actually rip from here, right? Would be nice. Would be juice. Hype is starting to ascend. God damn. TP hit in 7 minutes. It's so close. It literally just whipped to my TP. Look how. Oh my god. Look at this. This garbage. That's my TP, and they stopped it right there. This is a $2 difference. Better go back there. Better go back there. Oh, I'm not even showing it. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. kind of sick joke is this? It's going back though. This thing's about to get hit. It's $1 away. Boy, better hit that bitch. Better hit that bitch. Okay, nice. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, this is the long, right? The long that we got into down there. This is the current long. How much left though? We have 1.5 lonely Bitcoin left in this thing. Where's the next TP? Next one's at 108.3. Up here. If we get it, amazing. If not, feels bad. Whatever. That thing's basically done at this point. We're gonna have to definitely add back to that at some point. But yeah, nice way to end the stream, right? We got on the stream on the open, hoping to get this thing hit. Actually got it hit. So juice. Yeah, we'll be back at it again tomorrow. Let's do a quick chat shout outs. Shout out to Harris, shout out to Oliver, shout out to Blitz, T, shout out to 3, shout out to Raguy's kind of a fly guy. And shout out to Harshal. Shout out to everybody for sitting here yapping, hanging out, earning stuff, doing all kinds of things together. Juice, exactly right. Nice bedtime juice. Some bedtime juice. But we'll be back at it again tomorrow. It's kind of usual time, like 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern or so. Good luck with everybody's trades, etc. As per usual, right? Stay safe. Don't get got. Be patient. Plan your trades ahead of time. Wait for edge. If you don't have edge, don't take it. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. But I'm tired. I'm dead. I'm out of here. Later.